Good morning, everybody. We're back with another Stock Dads TV live stream. Today will be our last live stream of the week and last live stream on YouTube for the time being. Next week, we're going to be moving into Discord, Stock Dads, Stock Moms Discord. It will still be free, won't be behind a paywall or anything like that, but we'll be moving to Discord. So just make sure everybody's aware of that. And without further ado, Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Lyle, good morning, Mr. Paz, Mr. Mika. Always a pleasure. Lar, Mr. Wilf, Darren, Edward, RC made it. What is up? Don't know if you're in town yet or traveling, but good morning. Morning, Miss Amanda. It is a balmy 40 degrees here. So enjoy, Miss Amanda and everybody else down south. Oh, you drove all the way in? Nice. Well, hopefully it'll warm up for you. Ty, good morning. All right. Oh, Ed, Tyler, I still got you.
What's up? I'm sorry, say it again, Aaron.
I said I still got you. I can still hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. Yes, I will. It will be warmer soon. Thank you very much. Yes, I will. Jim Bob, good morning. That's very good, Jim Bob. That is dead on with Edward. Yes. Very good. Morning, Ethan. 13 hours down and back. Wow. I didn't know you drove it. Nice. All right. RC heading to Indianapolis for the weekend too. Nice. All right. Weather in South Carolina was nice. Good. Good to hear that. It's good to get feedback. All right, guys. So let's get started here. Edwina. Right. All right. Before I get off track. Okay. So starting off on news today, guys. We have our unemployment claims here at 8:30. So we'll see where those come in. More importantly, how the markets respond to those. So they're forecasting 205. Now we know these never come in line. Okay. You can see these little dashes. Those are the forecasts. And the bar is where it actually comes in. So we'll see. They're forecasting 205. That'd put us about right here. All right. So we'll see. We'll see here in a few minutes how those come in. And that's pretty much it for the rest of our day for major news. Now, tomorrow at 8:30, big news tomorrow at 8:30. We have non-farm employment change. You'll hear this called non-farm payroll, NFP, same thing. All right, unemployment rate, and then U of M at 10 o'clock. Team Up North report for the Ohio people. Okay, so that's all we've got for today. All right, we'll see where that comes in. Now, there's been a development here in our Fed Fund futures. I don't know if you guys saw this yet. But here is now our next meeting is June 17th. And anything other than a pause would be, out of sorts. But we have a hike now priced into December of 27. Now, obviously, all this is going to change. But that's what the market's perception is right now, is that we're drifting into rate hikes going forward. So, again, any of these news reports that come out, especially anything job related or any of our inflation prints, obviously that's going to affect these, right? But isn't that interesting now that we've got a hike priced in? So haven't seen that in a while. All right. So there we go. So that's what we got for news going into today. All right. Morning, Nate. What up? How we doing, man? Good to see you. All right, so let's get to it. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. All right, VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right. So here's where we sit, right? Remember, this runs inverse. This leads our US indices inverse. Okay. Now we can take a quick look here. Larger time frame. All right, we're still in these April 1st lows to lows. Okay. And that we still have a target down here at these 1705s. All right. Okay. Yeah, it makes zero rational sense for the markets to be where we are right now. Zero. Yep. So exactly, we just follow what price says. Our opinion on what should happen doesn't really matter. Okay. So there's those April 1st lows to lows. We still have these targets down at 1705. Now inside of this, I'll just walk you guys down here. Okay. From this high that was put in on April 23rd, right? We had this pullback. This is the one that we're kind of on the fence about, right? Because this pullback, it officially hit the target. It came 2 ticks away, but we were just leaving it where it is. But so it kind of changes things just a little bit, excuse me, on our next draw. And we've kind of been going back and forth. So let's go to the 1 hour here. All right, there's that pullback, and it came 2 ticks away. Okay. So if we leave it where it is, all right, this would be the high that we're drawing from for the next measured move. Okay. If we bring it to this low and consider that target hit, we'd be drawing from this high. Okay. Either way, we're still in these short setups. All right, on our way down, but we'd be drawing from this high, right, all the way down. Or if we draw it to the new one, all right, if we consider that target hit, we're drawing from this high, okay, because that would be where it made its pullback. All right, so we'll leave it where it is for now. All right. It's kind of on the fence on it, but we'll leave it where it is for now. Okay. Now from this high up here, and that is the 2040s. All right, to lows, that's what it brings us up into. Okay. And that resistance level right there. Now, if we draw it from this high and we bring this back to where it was, and we draw it to this high, I haven't really made that full pullback. We've got a little bit more room. Okay. So regardless, we'll leave it here for now. All right. It shouldn't make too much of a difference in the short term. All right. But then coming out of, okay, this pullback, all right, that we had earlier in the week, all right, then we have these highs to lows, which also haven't broken. Okay. So we've got plenty of resistance above us. All right. Plenty of resistance above us on the VIX. All right. Now, the one thing we are going to have to watch out for, and this is the one that I just deleted because I'm just watching this more than anything. So the chart doesn't get too messy. Okay. But we haven't broken these longs from lows. Isn't that surprising that the indices were just screaming all-time high, all-time high, all-time high. And the VIX hasn't broken this long yet. Okay. So we're going to have to absolutely pay attention to that. And down there. There we go. So there was the first pullback right there, right? And we traded it again. So we do have support down here. Okay, absolutely we do. Okay, yeah, super sus, right, Nate? So we do have support down here. So if we see this start to squeeze back into highs, obviously we're going to have to pay attention because the that's going to pull the indices back. All right. So this is what we're watching here going into the morning. I know that was a lot, but there's, like I said, jury's kind of still out on which one of those highs we're going to be using. But we'll see going into the morning, but that's where we're sitting right here. So if we, do start this squeeze back into highs, okay, we'll see the indices pull back. If we open up option 3, right, and we melt, okay, indices are just going to keep grinding higher. All right, so simple as that. Okay, so that's where we're sitting. Any questions? All right, Chris, what's up? Yeah, low key, we could use a pullback to collect more fuel. Absolutely, absolutely. Indices have just been going straight up, right? So, any questions, guys, on where we're sitting right now? There's that high. Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Excuse me, I had a frog in my throat this morning. So our financials. All right, we've ripped off these April 1st highs to highs that we've been in for a while. Okay, April 1st high to April 17th high. Came back down to that this week, and we've ripped away from it. So the only thing we really have to watch here is the halfway back on the week, right? And just remember, bank's an index; it can do whatever it wants. All right, so it doesn't have to be technical. So we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. Remember, VIX or bank rallying, tailwind for the indices, bank falling, headwind. Okay, so there we go. All right, now moving on to the indices. Okay, so these extensions are getting crazy here. All right, here's where we're sitting as of right now. All right, now we've had 2 gap and go days in a row where we opened outside of 30 and just took off, right? The most recent extension was from May 1st to May 6th, right there. Okay. That went to and through its target. Right. So we're going highs to highs. All right. Right there. That went to and through its target. Okay. So then we had another highs to highs. Right. And that broke. So this is what we're watching here. Right there. All right. That is from, get down there, 73.66.25. Okay, to highs right there. All right, and you can see that extension long is getting in the way of the gap fill. All right, now this is tight. There's no doubt about it. We're going up absolutely aggressively. All right, so what we're going to watch this morning are these 20 points here. All right, so the gap fills down to 73.86.75. So there's 96.75. So this would be 06.75. See if I can get it this morning. 06.75. Oh, close. All right. Whoa, hang on. All over the place. There we go. 06.75. You see that, Tamika? That was really close. All right. So that's what we're looking at here. We open inside of these 20, right? We've got about a 75% chance of filling this gap. All right. If we have squeezed outside of these 20, okay, at the open, that means that the VIX is falling. We're going to be challenging these highs, and there's nothing saying that we can't get through those. Okay. So as of right now, this looks good, right? It looks good. All we would need, right, is the VIX to hold this support and just a little squeeze, just a few ticks. That's all that is a few ticks. a few ticks towards these highs, and that could lead us in the direction of the fill. Okay. So more of a normal as of right now. Okay, we just had news. What did unemployment come in? Let's see. It was a beat. Forecasted 205, came in at 200. So up from last week, but still a beat. Okay, so we'll see how more than anything how the market responds to that. Okay. All right, so more normal situation of a gap fill today, unless we have squeezed by 9:30 up above these 20 points, right? So we would just need these few ticks here leading us higher, and that would lead us down in the direction of the fill. Okay, so that's where we're sitting right there, just going straight up and extend. I've lost track. Extensions of extensions of extension. Like we're just going straight up. It's being very technical. It's just aggressive. Right? It's just aggressive. Okay, now let's talk about this. If for some reason these would break and the VIX would break a short, whole different conversation. Okay, whole different conversation. All right, it'd be very surprising if that happened. The only thing that could probably could be a catalyst for that would be those non-farm employment change tomorrow, but we'll see. All right, but that's what we got. Everything's just bullish. All right, everything bullish. Okay. All right, there's the ES, the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ's in a little different situation. The extension long that it's in, it was from May 4th to these highs on May 6th right there. We've hit that target, right? And you can see all the profit taking, right, coming off of that. So we don't really have a new extension to draw yet on the NASDAQ, right? It's just not there. So we're going to have to watch the ES, right, at that long. And if we see that thing continue to lift off, then more than likely what's going to happen is the NASDAQ's going to lift off. And if we do make a new high, right, if we do make a new high up here, then we can, add this drawback. We can reactivate that anchor down there. Okay. As soon as we would make any sort of new high. Now, if we do see the ES, right, and this would involve the VIX squeezing higher. If we do see the VIX hold this support and start to lift off, then we would see the NASDAQ falling, and the next support level is just same anchor new high, right? So that's a ways down there. All right, it's a ways down there. So we'll watch let the ES gap fill and the VIX be your guide, right? So there we go. You can see just awesome move, right? Perfect. So there we go. All right, so there's the NASDAQ. So now when we move on to the YM and the Russells, now the YM has been screaming higher. It's got to play catch up, right? It's way behind. Okay. NASDAQ and the ES are somewhere up here in the stratosphere, right? And here's the YM. So the extension long that the YM is in, and that we've been in for a while, is from this high on April 1st to our highs right there. Boom. All right, targets are up here. That would be a new all-time high if we get to this profit target. All right, now inside of this, there wasn't much, right? This run up right here, is sell and may go away on the horizon? I don't know. I don't know, man. That'd be an interesting one this year. Right? Absolutely. Get up there. So this whole run up, right, really wasn't much structure. This was just a squeeze. This was just a short squeeze right here. Okay. And then we got into some structure coming out of here. So the first pullback that we're going to use is from these yesterday, 8 a.m. right there to 11 a.m. That's where we had the pullback. That was our Globex halfway back on the day. So now we've hit that target, right? Peeled off the target. So we're just using this. We're just going to trail these same anchor new highs All right, on the YM. There we go. All right, so there we go, like that. A little bit easier to see on the 15. So there was our pullback right there. Right there. All right, hit our target. There we go. All right. So watch bank, right? YM and the Russell is the most sensitive to bank. So bank keeps rallying, right? It's dragging the YM higher. Absolutely. All right. So we'll see. All right. The Russells. Now the Russells is looking really good here. All right. It still has much larger targets above us. And that larger target's from this low on May 4th to the 6th. So that was Monday, basically halfway back in the week here. Okay. Halfway back on the week right there. Targets are up here. Now, inside of that, you know, we traded our support and then we broke the short setup from highs. So here's that pullback. Okay. And that's what we're going to keep trailing. And you can see there's a ton of support. All right. There's a ton of support. That's aggressive. Right. That's aggressive. You could almost make the case that we're starting to go up in a little series here. Right there. But we'll stay on the conservative side. All right. Again, if bank opens up and starts to rally, right, then it's going to drag the Russells up as well. Okay. We can watch. There might be, I'd definitely watch if we break this, right? We get through that short, I would definitely watch for that first pullback. Okay. If we don't get to these highs first, obviously, if bank is cooperating, right? If bank is cooperating. Okay. So there's the Russells too. So all we're going to watch here going in the morning is what is this guy going to do when it gets back to support? Right. We're only about a tick away. Only about one tick away from coming back down into near support. If we fall down here and we squeeze back off of it, we're going to see us roll back over. We'll have to watch these 20 points here as well. All right, watch that 20-point level as well. Okay. All right. Any questions on VIX Bank indices? VIX Bank indices. I mean, we are bullish, guys. We are bullish. All right, a break of that little VIX long, by the way, 1898, round down to 95, subtract a tick, 90. We'd have to break the 90s. We're not too terribly concerned because this is counter trend, right? This long is counter trend. The VIX is in shorts. So this little counter trend is just hanging us up a little bit. All right. Okay, everybody good? It's getting cold in here. All right. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin, okay, we still haven't broken our halfway back on the year. Not that. Okay. So from these January 14th highs to lows, we haven't broken that. All right. And what we're watching as far as the trend that's led us up here, we're watching this halfway back on the week. And all we're watching for here is a trend break on Bitcoin. Okay. And as of right now, it's obviously defending its halfway back on the week. So we can continue higher. We'll go into this more on the nooner, but we can continue higher. We've got room up into this level right here, which is where the last winter started that last leg down. So we'll see. But that's what we're looking at for the longs, halfway back on the week. All right. Still holding, looking good. Okay. We'll see if those would break. We'll draw a short from highs, see if that holds and starts our next leg down. All right. Then as of right now, it's all long, all bullish, acting like a risk asset, right? Acting like one of the indices. Okay. Crude oil. Now, here's where a lot of the bullishness is coming from, right? Okay. Look at crude oil. So there was that pullback and it got Matumboed up here. Okay, it got smacked. April 30th to lows, that we were in a series of longs. This isn't just random. We were in a series of longs. The longs broke, right? And then we had our first pullback coming off of these highs, which were a little sloppy, right? And then there's our next one, and we got popped right at that 38.2. So we've got targets down here now, right? So what we can watch for going into the day, since we traded up here and we broke, oh, come on. We broke the long setup. All right, we can watch, see if there's short from highs here. Okay, I'll be watching that for sure going into today. So we still got 2 days of the week left, right? So we'll see if we can get this pullback, right? And that pullback would roll us over possibly all the way down to these 83.40 targets. All right, that would be the next entry into this trend. Okay. Only thing you want to watch is if we get down here first, right, and bounce, or we just dip into lows and then bounce, we'd have to not trust the pullback. Okay. So that's what I'm watching for here on crude oil. Now, gold and silver. All right, stars of the show. Now, gold. Here's where things are a little dicey. And hopefully they won't be. Hopefully this will clear itself up. But there's this long from lows. Okay, March 23rd to our highs, April 17th. There was that pullback, right? That lit that fuse. And there we go. So that's what we've been watching. Now, inside of that, let me get rid of this one. Okay. Inside of that, there's this short that we had to get through. All right, from April 17th to lows. Now, if you draw it to this low, okay, which was on the 4th, it broke. If you draw it to this low, which you could argue the case that this was the first pullback, right there, inside of that, we haven't broken it. So see the kind of pickle? So let's go with the more conservative side here. All right. We just don't want to, like I said, hopefully this will be a moot point and we'll, bust through it. But what's holding us up right now is we had these pullbacks from lows yesterday or earlier in the week. And then we went to and through the target. And then there was this highs to highs we were talking about yesterday. Okay. And it held. Looks good, right? There's its target. If it gets up to that target, it is going to break that more conservative draw. Okay, so nothing to do right here at this moment, but one of two things. We get to this target, we go through it, we go into new extensions, or we get to this target, as long as we break that short. We get to this target, we make a pullback, right? And we can continue to trail these extensions until they fail. Once those extensions fail, then we would come halfway back. Okay, so there we go. Looking awesome, right? Looking awesome. I'm going to put an alert up here. It's just to make me feel good when I hear it. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, now silver has left no doubt. All right, it has left no doubt. Okay, there's its short. Okay, no doubt there whatsoever. No matter how you draw that one, that's broken. All right, so here's where silver is. All right, go silver, go. All right, it's long from the 23rd, March 23rd, to our highs on April 17th. There's that pullback, right? And it is cruising. Okay, now there is this larger short that we couldn't get through last time. We just couldn't get through it. And now we're taking another run at it. Okay, we're taking another run at it up here. So that short's drawn from February 27th to March 23rd. All right, morning, Miss Mary Rose. That's right there. So again, we're taking another run at that thing. All right, these longs from down here, right? That's what was leading us into it the first time, right? There were these pullbacks, right? Boom, got up there, and then that next long, or there was a series of longs. Those broke, so now we're coming halfway back, trading it again. Boom. We'll see if we can get through it this time. Okay. So go silver, go. Now zooming in. All right, this is crazy. Okay, here was the pullback. Okay, there was the extension. Remember, we had this sloppy pullback, but we were just going off what gold was doing, right? And this was the same extension as gold. And there we go. Obviously, that's gone to and through its target. All right, so the most aggressive we could get here, all right, is going to be this high, 6 a.m. on Wednesday, highs to highs. Okay. We don't know this is here yet because we haven't traded from this anchor, but that'd be the natural progression right there. That'd be the next entry. All right, so pretty awesome. So we want to get through these. Remember, for a couple of weeks now, guys, we've been talking about how the precious metals were churning and we needed little dollar weakness, and all these things could lift off. And here we go, right? You like that, Mary Rose? Very good. So I'm not saying that to sound cool. I'm just saying that's what we've been waiting on. When you understand how the internals of all this works, like you can kind of see these things coming, or get an idea of when the possibility of these type of things coming. Okay, so we'll see. But there's the pullback. Now, a lot of this, it's the dollar weakness, right? I mean, you guys have heard me harp on that. You probably get sick of me talking about it, but it is dollar weakness in the precious metals, right? All we needed was dollar weakness, and there we go, right? If you've noticed about the precious metals, when we're in dollar strength, the amount that we go down isn't anywhere compared to the amount we go up when we have dollar weakness, right? We go up a lot faster with dollar weakness than we go down with dollar strength. Okay. So here's the XY, not the dollar, just a bunch of different currencies put together in an index. From May 5th, right? That was that Tuesday? Yeah. Tuesday's highs to lows. All right, right there. There's your dollar weakness, right? We had all this dollar weakness and we had this brief dollar strength into a pullback, and now we're back into dollar weakness trades. Okay, so all of this is contributing especially to the precious metals, okay, and to some extent the indices. Okay, all right, so let's get to the actual currencies. So dollar yen, all right, just awesome, right? So from these highs on April 30th to our lows on April 30th, that was that BOJ stuff. There was the pullback, right? Bam, targets are down here. We haven't hit them yet. Okay, inside of that move, here's your worker bee right here, right? From our highs on the 5th, okay, to our lows yesterday. There's that pullback. Still haven't fallen away from it yet, but we have two targets now actually lined up right on top of each other, okay, from these shorts. So this is all dollar weakness, right? Bullish for the precious metals and the indices. If we continue this dollar weakness, that gold short that hasn't quite broken yet, it'll bust through like nobody's home. If we continue to get this dollar weakness, there's no doubt about that. And our precious metals will be off and flying. Okay. Now the euro, it already took off. Okay, so there's the euro. All right. That's what we've been watching, is this long. All right. This is halfway back in the week, right? Yeah. Halfway back in the week. So that ended up, the low was on Tuesday morning, very early, to our highs right there. Okay, now we can see again if, yeah, we broke that. Okay, so yeah, either way you draw that, we broke it. Yeah. All right, so we can watch to see if there's going to be pullbacks, and we might have missed it. Close. Okay, but we'll just keep trailing these smaller worker bee moves. Okay, and then that larger target's up here. This is all dollar weakness, guys. All dollar weakness. Beautiful. Right? Path of least resistance up. All right. All dollar weakness. All right. What time was that little booger? 7 a.m. Okay. All right. So there we go. So let's see. Okay. Now the VIX has traded those 1910s. Okay. Back down to support. So now that we're support, even a squeeze back to the top of this little range, just this little range, would lead us in the direction of the fill. Okay, obviously keep an eye on the half, but we're between those 10 and 20 points as of right now. Okay. All right, so watch this right here. If this does option 3 and just starts melting, then we're just going to grind away. But if we do hold this and just get a little pop, and we can see a little pop starting to happen, that will lead us in the direction of the fill. Okay? So keep an eye on the precious metals for those pullbacks. That's a big thing I'm watching today. Okay? All right. All right. Any questions, anybody? Remember, I'll be on at noon. Okay? And then tomorrow we'll be on WAP. And then next week, some announcements will come out. But next week, we'll be on Discord with Stock Moms and Stock Dads. Okay? So the announcements will come out and all that stuff. All right. Thank you, Edward. All right. Any questions, anybody? Anything you might have missed? We got just a couple minutes here. All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. Tyler, got us?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks. All right. See you guys. All right. Bye.
All right, thanks, Aaron. We will be back on in just a little bit with Jordan to trade live. Adidas said he had a last minute work meeting come up, so he's not going to be able to on the trade live. But we'll have Jordan joining us. Hopefully, I can learn how to talk. But we'll be back to trade live, so don't go anywhere. Good morning, everybody. We are back. Jordan reached out. He also had a last minute meeting, so just gonna be me on solo for a little bit today. And I'll be honest with you, man. Longs still look like the path of least resistance on the indices right now. But yeah, I mean, admittedly, mentally, it's like, how much higher are we gonna keep going? But try not to think that way and trying to just trade what the chart is showing me. The QQQ contracts yesterday popped off. If anybody traded that with me yesterday and held that, I wish I would have held them longer than I did. I held them up to like, I think I sold my last ones at 340, and I think they went way higher than that. All right, market open here in about 1 minute. I mean, do we just take off the open like again? Like I don't know. I don't know what I want to. YM strong. Nvidia, AMD, Google. NQ getting a spike off of VWAP there. Or the bounce, I should say. Not the spike, the bounce off of VWAP. Do we just go Q longs again? I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to see ES fill its gap. I think it got really close there. Yeah, I'd like to see Spy and ES come on and fill their gap first. ES got like really close. Spy's a little further away. Ron, Adidas messaged me. He had a last him and Jordan both had last minute meetings come up for work. So unfortunately they won't be joining us today. I'll be on probably about an hour or so here. I was watching Apple, but I wanted it to come into 287.76. We never got that. Now we're just getting some nice strength. Microsoft taking off today. Watching Apple calls still 290s weeklies. RTY with a harsher rejection here. The Dow rejecting as well. Nothing for me yet. Q's still holding up. I'm gonna try a couple of these 190s. Tried a few Apple 190 calls. I'm sorry, not 190 calls. 290. 290 calls weeklies. I got in at 190 was my fill. Not a bad start, up to 215 here from 190. Like to see Apple hold over its opening print now. Okay. I'm like, my contract price isn't moving. What is happening? Nice push on the chart. Cons hit 234-ish. Come on, keep going. It's gonna be dirty. I don't like that. Tagged a new high and immediately back into the open. Let's see here. NQ still looking like the best index. RTY, YM, both looking pretty weak. ES also looking kind of weak. The 2 minutes trying right now. Contracts on Apple here back down to 193. Sitting at basically break even. In terms of Apple, guys, we had earnings last week, and it's just been really strong. Just trying to play the momentum here. Just popped new all-time highs, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, just popped new all-time high. So just seeing if we can ride some momentum through these all-time highs. But now we're starting to break back down under the open. I'd like to see the Dow find some strength, help us out a little bit. My biggest issue with this entry is that we didn't come trade 287.76 intraday, which makes me think maybe we still want to do that. So I'll probably give it that room. You're gonna have to be willing to give the, if you're in this trade and decide you want to do it with me, you have to be willing to give the contracts that room. I think I am willing based off my sizing. You gotta decide what's best for you. Back into the open here. Let's go. Give us the pop. Pop, lock, and drop it. Not drop it, pump it. Pop, lock, and pump it. Well, NQ starting to see a little bit of weakness here, coming back into its open. Contracts back up $5 a piece here. All right, we like this back over the open and view up. Dow's seeing a little bounce. VIX is moving a little lower here. Solid 2-minute close. Let's see if we can get a good 5-minute close. 30 seconds on this 5-minute bar. I like the Dow strength here, but NQ and ES, RQI also looking weak. NVIDIA, Google flipping red here. Did get the 5-minute close over the open. Contracts were just 206, $2.06. NASDAQ back underneath its open here. Apple just tagged a new high. Contracts are at 235. Oh, 225. Come on, don't fail this high again. Keep going. I don't like that. That's annoying. As soon as it tags, I mean, just taking new highs and then rejecting. Interesting. Do we try? Is this where we try Q longs? I'm gonna try a couple 698 QQQ calls as well. I got filled at 115. I was about to say I'm willing to cut these quick if need be, and that I may cut them real quick. We'll see. Yeah, that's not how I wanted that 2 minute to close. Okay, Apple. So we're up $60 on Apple. We're down $7, $8 on Qs currently. Got the SPY gap fill. Ah, come on. I don't like the Dow making new lows. Qs back in a couple dollars of profit here. Love to see Apple hold the open, but we'll see. Basically setting a break even on everything here. 20 minutes into the day so far. All right, there's NQ back into the open. I like the 5 minute reaction there on the NQ of VWAP. Love to see a nice strong 5 minute close back above the OP. Oh, son of a biscuit eating bulldog. Rejecting the OP for the time being. All right, looking nice on the Qs there. Up about 16%. Contracts are at 133. Apple did get a little spike below the open, but we're still gonna hold. Not my favorite price action from it though. I don't like the Dow weakness with Apple. All right, Apple back above the open. Come on, baby. Let's get moving and grooving together, eh? Apple's up a couple bucks. Qcons are at 143. NQ did just pop a new intraday high. Oh, there we go. So we need those little tunes to pump at 157 on those cons here. 36%. Apple now back in the green. Up about $6 a contract, so only up like 3%. But still nonetheless green. The QQQ con still sitting at 1.54. So overall solid start here. I would love to see a little more follow through. I mean, that's a nice looking 15-minute on the NQ right now. Still about 2.5 minutes to those 15-minute closes, but if we can pop this pre-market high and strong close with a strong 15-minute bar, me likey. Okay, Apple back at the highs. Come on. Let's turn these into some bangers, eh? Some bangers and mash. NQ seen a little resistance, the previous day's high here currently. Apple just tagged a new high. See if it can get some follow through this time. Apple 15-minute looking pretty darn good now. So I don't have any levels up here on Apple in terms of targets. That being said, Apple's up $3.50 on the day. It has an average true range of 645. So I mean, I definitely wouldn't hate trying to hold these up into like 293s if it continues to hold strength. We're up pretty nice on these now. They're at 280 from 190, so they're up about 47% here. Let's go, Apple. Come on, keep going. Nice hold on this, chat. Nice hold on this, chat. She tried shaking us out, but we said no. We needed this little over mono boiler room set action. That's all Apple needed, baby. It heard the grooves and said, I bet. $310 here in the cons, 62%. $325, 70%. Listen, we have a good enough Thursday. We might just take Friday off, chat. I would love if Q's got going as well. I may look to take a trim on Apple here soon. We're nearing 100%. And these weren't the cheapest of cons at 190 in terms of what I normally trade. One's at 335 here. Come on, Anki, let's blow the lid off this bad boy. %40 on the Q cons here. They're at 160. Oh, let's go, baby. Oh, don't fail. Don't fail. Don't fail. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I'd love to see Apple pop this 2 minute, had that little 2 minute pause bar pop to highs, and I'm gonna look to take some profit on everything as well. Nice pop on NQ. Q cons are at 174. I'm gonna take a trim here. 176. Not yet. I'm gonna set a trim at 180. All right, never mind. Just I didn't get filled. Don't want to fill me. All right, I got filled on the Q trim. Nothing on Apple yet. Cons at 325. Oh, there's new highs on Apple. Times we're 38 minutes into the day. Off to a very nice start. Don't love the continued Dow and Russell weakness. Don't love that by Apple. I do like it on the Qs. Hmm. QQQ contract sitting at 199 here. Apple did pull back to 244. Giving Apple just a little bit more room. If it keeps fading, though, I may just close it, take my monies, call it a day. Dow. I do have a level here on the Dow. Maybe we can see a little bounce and Apple will hold. I don't plan on swinging Apple until tomorrow necessarily. If it would have stayed really strong, maybe a runner or something, but trying to decide how much more I want on the Qs as well. Do we continue to just trend and squeeze on this chart? It's just the daily chart's looking pretty parabolic at this point. But, you know, who am I to say it can't go higher? It's 211 on the Q cons. 115. This is like make it or break it on Apple here. Not happy I didn't take more off on that pop. Did not want to see this fade that much. We're at a VWAP here above the open, so it's kind of my line in the sand if I decide to continue to hold or close. You get away with anything, and I know we can go for round and round like 1, 2, 3. And I got a question, if I'm impossibly, and I wonder am I sleeping with the enemy? You get away with anything, and I know we can go for round and round like 1, 2, 3. And I got a question, if is it coming possibly? Am I sleeping with the enemy? Making this all impossible. Watching my back. Can't do the work out. All right, well, Apple trying the VWAP hop. Maybe that's a new strat. Oh, that's marketable. That's a strategy. The VWAP hop. It's got potential. It's got charisma. It's got pizzazz. The VWAP hop could sell that. The VWAP hop indicator. Easter sale when rabbits are big. It's a whole marketing plan right there. Boom. Book it, Dano. Fed's, this was at 10:13, so 5 minutes ago. Fed's Fed signal on next move being a cut is misleading. Turn the page on the day, walk away. I'm considering if that's what I should just do right now. Take my money, turn the page on the day, and walk away. And then sometimes I tell myself, oh, you could just make more money by doing nothing because you're just continuing to hold. And this is the conundrum of a day trader. New highs are in Qs. See, I really wish Apple got going here back to the highs, which would make holding the 0-day Qs a little easier. I should have taken a trim on that Apple pop. Would have made holding everything a little easier. $241 on the QQQ contracts, 110%. VIX starting to roll over a little bit lower after being in a tight range. Yes, still not over its OP. Dang, man, Qs are just going. We like the rally of VWAP for Apple here so far. VWAP hop playing out to perfection. That's how I wrote it up in the VWAP hop playbook. Thank you to going, boy. And Q said, can't go any higher. You ever heard of 30,000? Where I'm headed, baby. No chill. $270, 100. Oh, comes at 254 now. 120%. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple. Okay, girl. Since the Q's is 0 day, I really don't want to hold through much of any of a pullback. That 2-minute spike was a little crazy there. We got ES failing. Previous day's high at the moment. But we like the Apple strength. Apple Con's back at 270 here. Never met you. Alright, I just took another trim here at 264 in QQQ, 125%. Bonds at 259, 260 now. I'm now holding literally one remaining QQQ contract of a hit. A few Apple cons still. The plan on this would be to take a nice most of it off, or I don't know, probably half of it off here if we can get back up to 292s. Probably then take profit on QQQ and then see if the Apple runners can do anything for us into the afternoon. With obviously at that point, my risk would be much reduced to zero at that point because it would be locked in a green day, just holding some runners, see what they can do. So I'm looking to probably hop off here in just a couple minutes, see if it does that. Let's see this 2-minute on Apple pop here. It's going to be a good day either way for me. I'm not going to let Apple go red. Been a good week so far. Got the Tradeify, my first Tradeify payout at the beginning of the week. Gonna take a withdrawal from my options account this week as well. So always good when that's the case, when you're taking withdrawals. Heck yeah, Ethan. Love to see it, dog. Crushed it this week, dude. I'm looking to join you and go flat. I'm going to hop off here because I'm pretty much going to do the same thing. Give Apple a second, but looking to take my monies as well. Been a really good week. I probably won't do much trading tomorrow. Just protect gains. Start getting prepped for the move to Discord for next week. If you guys aren't a part of the Discord, make sure you reach out. We'll get you a link so you can get in there. It's free for you guys to watch the stream still. We're just going to do it via Discord. I'm sure we'll then post recordings onto the YouTube after the fact. But all right, gang, I'm gonna wrap it up right there. Good stuff. A little bit of a shorter one today, about an hour, but two really good trades on Apple and QQQ today. Can't really ask for more. 2 for 2. So very happy camper. It's been a very smooth week. I hope you guys all have had a good week as well. And we'll see you back here at 12 o'clock with Aaron for the nooner. And then we'll be on Discord next week. So peace out, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Love you all. Talk to you later. Peace. afternoon, everybody. We are back with Aaron for the nooner. So we'll be wrapping things up after the nooner on the stream today, and things will be moving to Discord next week. Aaron will be on WAP tomorrow, but Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
What's up, everybody? Get rid of this. Hang on. There we go. There we go. What's up, everybody? What's up, Mr. Wika? All right. Give everybody a minute to get in. Getting a little volatility here as we're going into the afternoon. Hope everybody had a good morning. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilf. Hey, if somebody's on, and I'll ask this again. I missed a question. Somebody asked me, and Mr. Wilf, I thought it was you, but I can't find the question. Somebody, if you're on, please say so. Ask me if they had the right subscription on TradingView for the VIX real-time data, the BX real-time data. If that was somebody on, I missed it. I was thinking about it last night as I'm falling asleep. I'm like, oh crap, somebody asked me this question. I didn't answer it. Somebody sent me a question about that. And if you're on, please ask, because I don't want to miss that. And I scoured through this morning and I couldn't find it. Maybe I imagined it. I don't know. But if that was you, please ask. Or send me another DM. All right. Henry David, welcome. It was you. You got it figured out. Thank you, Mr. Welf. That was trying on my brain. I thought I went back all through our DMs. I couldn't find it. I didn't know if I deleted it. I was kind of freaking out. So I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. It was me. Okay, good. I feel better now. Okay. All right, good deal. All right. Henry David in the house. How are you? Welcome. All right. Okay, well, let's get started, everybody. Okay, now remember, going into tomorrow, we've got our non-farm employment change, okay? So NFP, some people call it that. That's what it used to be called. So tomorrow morning, if I don't talk to you, make sure you check the news, okay? All right. Okay, so getting started. We'll start off in the VIX, right? All right, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index, okay? So if anybody is new, this is the leading indicator for our US indices. All right, runs inverse, VIX up, indices down, indices up. All right, so we're still in these much larger short setups, right? So from April 1st, lows to lows, right there, we've still got targets down at these 1705. All right, now when we zoom in, this is what's a little spooky, right? We were talking about this morning, okay? We're in this series of shorts here, all right? And the most recent one, and I am going, jury's still out on which low, but I am going to go ahead and drag this to highs because that gives us our highs of the week to lows of the week, okay? Just to make sure we don't misidentify this trend break, all right? Now, remember, we were talking about this and how this was a little spooky this morning, that indices all-time highs, all-time highs, all-time highs, they're ripping, right? We're not doing that on the VIX down here, okay? We had held this long off of lows and we never broke it, okay? And remember, this leads, okay? And now we're squeezing off of it. So we got to really pay attention here going into the afternoon and the rest of the week, all right? Now, this short, this halfway back on the week, has never officially traded, okay? We got front run here. If this is how we're going to look at it, we got front run here at this 38.2% line. So right there to the tick. but we didn't break this long. So there is a group of market participants buying volatility to hedge against downside risk down here. All right. And obviously, with this rising, the indices are going to fall. So, what we're going to watch going into the afternoon is this VIX squeeze. How high are we going to squeeze? We've got a profit target up at 1960. Okay. Hell of a year. All right. If we continue to squeeze on this, we're going to have to watch, right? Because the indices will fall until this finds resistance. All right. So as we're coming out of this, right, this long, just like always, had these shorts from highs. Well, they've broken. All right. They broke. So we're going to watch these longs from lows going into the afternoon. And if these guys continue to hold and we start these pullbacks, we're going to see a pullback on the indices. Absolutely, we will. Okay. Profit taking more than anything. But there is a group of individuals with a whole lot of capital that are buying volatility down here to hedge against downside risk in the markets. And why wouldn't you? Right? If you think about it, why wouldn't you hedge right now with the straight up that we've had on the indices? Right? So we'll watch these going into the afternoon. Okay, watch these pullbacks. All right, and that's from these lows at 10:30. Okay, 10:30 Eastern, and we'll see if we start to hold pullbacks, and that's not a good thing, right? We start to hold these pullbacks here, right? We're gonna have to watch, right? Because we've been pretty spoiled so far in this downtrend. It's been about as technical as you could possibly get. So we'll see. All right, we will see. All right, so that's what we're looking at going into the afternoon. All right. Any questions? Anybody as to where we are? Anyone? Okay. All right, so there we go. Halfway back on the week's way up there. Way up there. All right. This is going to be the telltale sign. Are we going to hold this long and head up? Indices will head down. We'll see. But it's in a bid. The VIX is absolutely in a bid right now. All right. Okay. Moving on to our financials. Now, we know banks in this long, right? This extension long that we've been in for a while. This is from April 1st. Okay, April 1st, highs to highs. So remember, when bank is rising, that's a tailwind for the indices, positive environment. When bank is falling, that's a negative environment for the indices. Okay, acts like a boat anchor. So we've ripped off these extension longs. Absolutely, we have. We've got targets up here. But here comes our pullback. Excuse me. All right. So this pullback right here is a big deal. Okay, and that's just lows of the week to highs of the week. All right there. So if we see bank continuing to fall this afternoon, right? Excuse me. That's going to be a tail or a headwind against the indices. That's going to be that boat anchor effect. It's going to be real hard for the indices to go up, easier to go down. All right, so there's our financials. So if we get down here and these break, right, we're falling all the way back down to lows. Okay, and the indices are going to obviously have a big headwind against them. Now, if we get down here, right, find our support wherever that is. Remember, this is just an index. This isn't traded, so it doesn't have to be perfect. So we'll see if we do start to lift back off, indices are going to get that tailwind back. Okay. So there we go. There's our financials, right? What's the VIX doing? Hasn't really made that pullback yet. Okay. All right. Now on to the indices. So we had these super aggressive extension longs. Okay. And those were drawn from the high yesterday, okay, to our highs this morning with Europe, okay, 3:15 a.m. All right, those extension longs have now broken, okay? So we're just looking at our original anchor. All right, and that's from the first, see right there. Okay, went to and through that target, highs to highs, that broke. So this would be our next support level that we know about. All right, actually get it up here. Get up there. Get. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay. So that's our next support level we know about down here at these 73.55s. Okay, so that would equate to the VIX making this squeeze, okay, up into these highs. All right, so as long as this is rising, indices are going to continue to fall, okay, until it finds resistance. Okay, so we'll see going into the afternoon here, all right, what type of pullbacks we get. All right, now that VIX long that I just drew up would be this short from highs on the indices. Okay, nothing saying it needs to make this pullback, because if the VIX just squeezes higher, we're just going to continue to fall. And I'm actually going to delete that right now because I don't want you thinking that that we've stopped going down yet. All right, but this is all profit taking. All right, this is all profit taking from up here. All right, we've been going straight up, right, since Monday. Literally straight up. Okay, so this would be our next pullback. Now, if this breaks and the VIX breaks that short, whole different conversation we're going to have. All right, but there we are right there. All right, so we'll see where the VIX runs into resistance and what happens at that resistance. Okay, actually this should be, yeah, I made a new high here. Oh, there we go. Okay, now gap fill this morning. Awesome, right? Awesome, awesome. If you were on the live this morning, this was great. All right, so here was 20 points, right? Here's our gap fill, 73.86, 75. Excuse me. All right, right here. Oh my gosh. Right here's 9:30. Okay. We opened inside of our 20 between 10 and 20. All right. That gives us that 75% chance of that gap filling. And just beautiful, right? The VIX held this long, right? We were watching this morning. Okay. There's right at 9:30. We defended that. Remember, we're talking about that? If we defended this low, that could lead us in the direction of the fill. And sure as heck, it did, right? Right there, filled the half, filled the full, and then we ripped off the full. Okay, there's all your profit taking off the gap fill. All right, then just hit our head, and there we go. VIX did not break those lows, and that's what's leading us down. Okay, so played out, just couldn't ask for better. Can't hear me? Can you guys hear me okay? Can I get an audio check? Everybody? Hopefully. You guys hear me okay? Oh, okay. Now you hear me? Okay. All right, good deal. Okay. So anyway, we're going to keep falling until that VIX hits its head. Right? There it goes. So we'll delete this for now and just let it go. Not that it's going to stop because my lines are there, but you know what I mean, right? We'll see if we get this squeeze into our highs up here. All right. And there's a profit target and that short up there. Okay. All right. Thanks, James. All right. So there we go. There we go. All right. No need to try to pick a bottom here. Just let the VIX guide you. All right. Moving on to the NASDAQ. Okay. NASDAQ hit a profit target. Remember, we were talking about this morning. It's a little bit different. That extension longs from the 4th, Monday, to our highs on the 6th. Boom, right there. Hit our profit target. We went through it. There's a little extension that broke. So we're just looking at same anchor, new high, right? So you can see there's the NASDAQ's pullback. Okay. Coinciding with the VIX, coinciding with the ES. All right, right there. So we'll see. We're getting back up into these highs. So let's just mark that real quick. All right. with that profit targets up here. If we see this, if we see us start to get held up here and start to pull back, then we'll draw this long from lows. All right. So there's the NASDAQ down here, these 28,455s, but we know that that doesn't have to be exact, right? Because it's going to be when the VIX rolls over. Okay. All right. So there's what we're looking at on the NASDAQ. All right. Now the YM and the Russells, remember, they're the most affected by bank, right? They are the most affected by bank. So there was the long that we were watching on the YM. It was almost just straight up or not at all type situation. So that broke. Let's zoom out here. So this is what we're looking at now. All right. There's that extension long we've been in for a while. April 1st to our highs right there. Bang. All right. Targets are still up here. We haven't hit them. All right. So all that we can really go off of now, because this was just a straight short squeeze right there. All right. We can watch. All right. Our halfway back on the week. That's going to be right there. All right. Zoom in a little bit so you can see it. All right, there's our halfway back on the week on the YM. Right. Yep, right. Yeah, right there. Okay, there's halfway back on the week. All right. So we'll watch as the YM gets down to this level. Now it has dipped into a high. It's absolutely dipped into a high up here. So buyers are going to have to step up right there. All right, but watch bank, right? Once, if bank's still making that pullback, and if bank gets to support and lifts off, then the YM is going to do the same. But if bank keeps falling, it's going to drag the YM and the Russells down. Okay, so that's what we're looking at on the YM right there. All right, now moving on to the Russells. Okay, here's our halfway back on the week on the Russells. All right, from these Monday 6 a.m. lows to highs, haven't officially traded that yet. We came down and got front run and popped, and then this long from lows broke. So we're just coming back to support. So again, we're going to have to watch bank, right? Gonna have to watch bank on these, because if bank doesn't stop going down first and then lift off, then it can just drag these guys through. It can drag the Russells and the YM through. Okay. So we'll see as we get down here. All right. Okay, so now the VIX has gotten to that. It's gotten to that high. All right, so we'll see if it's going to get through that or not. All right. You can see it got popped when it got there. Okay, so any questions, VIX bank indices, before we move forward? We're getting dollar strength too. Everybody good? All right. Okay. So there we go. All right. We're getting a reaction. Getting a reaction. All right. So we'll see. So what we can watch for is a 15-minute bar to close red on the VIX, and we'll want to see a 15-minute bar close green on bank, and that can give us permission, so to speak, to start looking long again. All right, so we'll see, what time is it? 12:20. So we still got 10 minutes. All right, see if this closes red. See if this can close green. Okay. All right, we'll revisit that here in a few. All right, so Bitcoin, big deal, huge, 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 huge deal. All right. So, and we'll look at this on spot too. All right. Our halfway back on the year, which is the next measured move in this big series that I'll show you on spot. That's from January 14th to lows. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me move it over. There we go. January 14th to lows. We didn't break that. And then we just broke, okay, our halfway back on the week. All right. So that's a big deal. Okay. That's a very big deal. All right, so we're going to watch now for our reaction at our first short setup coming out of that break of the halfway back on the week. That little pullback, see if that starts our next leg down. Okay? All right, so there could be a million support levels below us. All that we know is the series broke. Boom, break. Okay? That's all we know right now. And we'll see if these pullbacks hold. All right, we'll see if these pullbacks hold. Start that next leg down. Okay, so that's all we were looking for is some sort of break. All right, some sort of break. So let's go to spot. It's a little bit easier to see. There we go. Okay. So on spot, this is what spot looks like. All right. On the weekly chart. Okay. So there's our targets 33.5 or September, October 6th. Okay. So you can see that little break inside of that at that resistance, starting the next leg down. You look at last winter, right? There was that pullback. That was our next leg down. Okay. So we're going to watch the same thing, right? Going into, get rid of this, going into the afternoon and the overnight, as we're going to watch on the futures markets. We're just going to watch for these pullbacks. See that halfway back on the year never broke on spot either. Okay. So it could be some real opportunities here. We'll have to watch. Okay. We'll have to watch this pullback. Okay. All right. So there we go. That's exciting. That's exciting. Okay. Stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? VIX is getting matumboed at that high, by the way. All right, stocks. What's that say? Oh, I don't think that's a stock, Henry. But all right, ticker symbol GER. You really want me to look that up? Let's see. Let's just see for giggles if there's actually a ticker symbol for that. Gorilla Technology? Did you really want to see that? I thought you were just having fun. Yeah, we'll look at that. Sure, why not? All right, let's take a look. I have no idea, right, about the fundamentals of these guys. I'm just looking at what price is telling us. All right. Dang, this thing was, my goodness. It's a hell of an IPO. Look at that thing. All right. Let's see where we are here. All right, boom, right there. There's number one. There's a target down there at 726. All right, coming out of that. Got some resistance up here. Let's zoom in. All right, so we've got resistance above us. This isn't in a series yet, I don't think. Oh, it might be. Let's see. Yeah, it actually is in a series. So, all right, so you've got your resistance up there. A break of the short setup should have to break these 1829s. All right, so what you can watch coming off of these lows, you can see the little series here. All right, coming off of these lows, there's number one. Right, there's number one. There's number two. Right there. Now we're starting to run into resistance. Right, so this would have to hold to continue up. Okay. And I wouldn't even trust that, number one, because we dipped into this high. Now, if we continue up and we can close up here, cool, right? But this pullback, since we dipped into this high and we haven't kept going, is a little sketchy. Okay. So that's what you're looking at right there. You need to get through these 1829s at least to break the larger short trend that we're in. Okay, because there's the larger short trend. All right, there was the pullback right here, never hit our target, so we just leave it there, right? And that's what you're running into right there. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, any other stocks, anybody? Wow, the VIX gets smacked at that. All right, very welcome, Henry, very welcome. Call you Hank, very welcome, Hank. All right. I had a real good buddy in college. His last name was Henry. We used to call him Hank. I had a bloodhound that I named Henry too, long time ago. I had two bloodhounds actually. There's something you guys don't know about me. I had two bloodhounds, Henry and Hubert. Yep. Great dogs. All right. Everybody good? Okay. Moving on. There we go. Okay. All right, here we go. VIX got absolutely matumboed up here. Bam. Look at that. All right, so we're going to watch this long from lows. Got to get through that. 1920, don't need to round, just subtract a tick. 1915, that's way down here. So that breaks that, we're coming back down to lows, but we got to pay attention right here. Oh, what did we get? 20, what did we trade? No, not yet. All right, but you can see there's your top of the range, right? So if we break this, we're just coming to the bottom of the range. Indices will continue to squeeze higher. But man, look how technical that is. All right. So there we go. And there's your rip on the indices. All right, there's your rip on the indices. Right there. All right. Okay. You want to look at another stock? Celsius Holdings. Hang on a second. What's the ticker? All right. Celsius Holdings. All right, let's take a look at it. Totally butchered that. There it is, CELH. All right, let's see. Whoa, obviously we've looked at this at some point in the past. Let's get rid of all this. All right. There we go. All right, so there's obviously our larger short above us. We broke along from lows. That was defending and that broke, but it does have a pullback to make. So let's look here. All right, you can see the pullback, guys, and then the extension. So coming out of these highs, we had this really weak pullback right here, but that went into extension shorts right there. Right, so that's what's getting bit into right there. All right, right there. Haven't hit our target yet. So what you can watch for is if that breaks those 37.94s right there. If we do break that, right, you can draw longs from lows and buy that pullback or look for that pullback to hold. And then that pullback would start your uptrend. All right. Oh, they just had earnings today. Okay. All right. So that's what you'd want to see. You can zoom in a little bit if you want, to try to catch it a little bit earlier. It wouldn't be super safe, but we did break this next, I think we did. Yeah. We broke this highs to lows inside of that range. So you could, if this is a super aggressive, you could try to grab that pullback. Now we have no idea if this is going to be here yet. Okay. Safer play is let these 37.94s break, then draw that highs to lows, buy that pullback. That's the most aggressive you'd want to get. Okay. Because no shorts have broken. Right? No shorts have broken yet. All right. So we squeeze right back up here to this extension and come right back down. So there we go on that one. It's close. Absolutely. Yeah, big pop on earnings. So we'll see. We'll see. So there we go. All right. Okay. The energy beverage. Gosh, I see those all over the place. I've never had one. I like those Jocko energy drinks. If I do have an energy drink, I like those. All right. The no sugar in them stuff. All right. Anyway. Okay. So let's get to it here. All right. Great move. Absolutely great move. Look at that. Look at that. Just bam. There we go. Back to the bottom of the range. All right. So we'll have to watch when we get back to the bottom here. This could be your afternoon range, right? Top of the range, bottom of the range. Okay. Stay out of the middle. Right? Rattlesnakes in the middle of ranges. Top of the range, bottom of the range. Okay. Moving on. All right. Crude oil. Okay. Remember, we've been waiting for that pullback, right? And it broke. All right. Crude oil still a little sketchy. Still kind of being toddlerish, meaning not really behaving yet, but it's trying. We're still in these shorts from April 30th to our lows, right? Haven't officially traded that. We traded the 38.2 and got sold into, but then that highs to lows broke. So we're kind of chopping around still. Still a lot of obviously geopolitical stuff going on with oil. So it's not the safest, most technical right now. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. It's still in shorts though. Absolutely. Now, stars of the show. Okay. Gold and silver. So here's gold. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. So there's the pullback. All right. From our lows on March 23rd to our highs on April 17th, right there. Remember, we hadn't officially traded it and then we touched it and lit that fuse. And there we go. All right. Just gorgeous. Right. Bam. Right there. Okay. And just rip. Just totally fuse lit and go. Right. So now we're in these extension longs. Okay. These extension longs, we had a pullback here and then we went into extensions. This has now hit its target. All right. So this anchor on May 5th, okay, to our highs here yesterday, pullback. Now we've hit the target. Okay. See the profit taking? All right. There's our profit taking coming off our target. All right. So all we're going to use here is same anchor, new high. And we're just going to continue to trail these extensions until they break. When these extensions break, we are going to make a pullback. All right. And if those extensions break, there's nothing bearish about that. Okay. So that's what we're looking at right now. But just gorgeous. Way to go, gold. It broke that extension or that short that we've been hanging on to, right? This short right here, no matter how you draw it now, all variations of this short have broken, right? All variations of that short from highs have broken. All right, so just gorgeous. So there's your next extension long. If that breaks, we're just making this full pullback. Okay, next stop we got to get through is we're taking another run at this, right? We're taking another run at this halfway back on the year. Remember, we got up here, started chewing through it, and we couldn't do it. Fell out of it, traded the long, and we're going to come back up here and see if we can't chew through this thing this time. All right, but awesome, awesome way to go, gold. All right, so we'll continue to trail these extension longs. Okay. until they break. Remember, we needed that little bit of dollar weakness, and we got it, and we broke. So nice job, dollar. Nice job, gold. Okay. Yeah, they are, Henry. They're on YouTube. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Silver. I think it's just Stock Dads TV, right? Yep. You should be able to just grab it and like rewind it. All right. So here's silver. All right. Here's the long. Okay. From March 23rd to our highs, April 17th. There's that pullback. Okay. Now, silver, okay, ripped out of that long, absolute rip, right? It's running back into the larger short setup up here. It's ahead of gold right now. Let's see if this broke. This extension of an extension. And it looks like it did. Okay. So that appears. All right. So we're get rid of this so it doesn't mess with your eyeballs. There we go. Okay. So this is the same extension long that gold is in. This looks wonky. I know it. That long from lows broke. Okay. But gold didn't. So we're using the same anchor. And it's obvious it's the one being used. Okay. So that high is on the 5th to our highs. There's our pullback right there. Bam, rip. We drew an extension of extension. It wasn't there. It broke. So we're just going to continue up, trailing our extension longs. Okay. All right. If that breaks, we're coming halfway back. Okay. We're kind of in a straight up or not at all right now on silver because we're coming back into that resistance level right above us. Okay. You can see that previous high that was up there. All right. So we do need to get through that. All right. So we're kind of in a straight up or not at all because last time fell all the way back down to the bottom of the range. Here's our other shot. Here's our next shot at it. So we got to continue this trend, right? We got to continue this trend or we're going to fall all the way back down. Okay. Do I see gold and silver continuing to move higher over the next few days? Yeah, if they hold these long setups. Yeah, absolutely. Now we'll look at the dollar here in a second and that will tell us the tail. Okay. So all of these, they're in longs. Gold and silver are in long setups until they're not anymore. That's all. That's the only way we can look at it. Right. So we're absolutely in long setups until we're not. Right. So we'll just continue to trade the trend until it fails. Now, when we look at the dollar, okay, this is what will tell the tail. Okay, here's the XY. Now this isn't the dollar. It's just a bunch of currencies shoved together in an index. All right, and they call it the dollar. But we're still in these shorts. So from May 5th to lows, okay, this falling out of this is dollar weakness. All right, bullish for the precious metals. Okay, if for some reason we continue higher, right, that's dollar strength. That's bearish for the precious metals. Okay. Now, when we get to the, because this is just an index, right? So when we get to the actual currencies inside of that, with what we're looking at, okay, here's the dollar yen. All right. So it is squeezing back into its next short. See that short was holding, right? But now we're squeezing in. It's under a little bit of pressure. So if we continue higher on the dollar yen, right, then that's dollar strength. That's a headwind against the precious metals. If we roll over, dollar weakness. So we're still in dollar weakness trades. We absolutely are. No doubt about it. It's just they need to start their next, or at least the dollar yen needs to start its next leg down, okay, for our next leg of dollar weakness, which is going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals. All right, so now here's the euro. So it's actually defending that next long. So, all right, here's the euro. Here's its long, halfway back on the week, right? Tuesday's lows to highs, right there. We broke trade support. We broke the short right there. We pierced that. So we're drawing this up this morning. Okay. Look at that. It's being defended. Okay. So as long as this stays defended and starts to lift off, that's more dollar weakness. That's bullish for the precious metals. Okay, if we continue to fall back down to the bottom of the range, right, that's a headwind against the precious metals. That doesn't mean they're going to go down. It just means it's a lot harder for them to go up in a dollar strength environment. Right now, we're in a dollar weakness environment. Okay. All right. So we'll have to watch here. One thing to watch, guys, is if we see the dollar yen climbing, continues to climb, and we see the euro squeeze out of this and they're rising together, the yen and the euro are rising together, that's the carry trade wind up. That is bulls on steroids. That's super bullish if we do see that. Okay. We're seeing a little bit of it right now, right? We've got the dollar yen climbing, euro defending this long. So if we do lift off and the dollar yen doesn't roll over, that's super bullish, right? For everything priced in US dollars. Everything priced in US dollars. That's a risk on throw the kitchen sink at the market type environment. Okay. So we'll see. This dollar is going to be massively important to those precious metals. All right. So we'll keep an eye on that. Easiest way to watch the dollar is just watch the euro. Don't lie. Euro can't. Easiest way to look at it. All right. So there we go. What do we got going here? All right. Looks like it tried to defend that for a second. I haven't really broken it yet, but we'll see. That's so tight right there, right? But obviously there's the top of the range. Okay, bottom of the range, top of the range. Now we'll see if the ES defends this new low it just put in here. Okay, it's going to be hard to do if we are still red on bank, right? We're still red on bank. If the bank doesn't defend this low and start to creep higher, if it keeps going down, that's that boat anchor. You wouldn't want to mess with any longs on the indices until this thing can continue up. All right, so we're kind of getting choppy poppy here. So we'll see. All right, thanks, Mr. Paz. Thanks, Mr. Paz. Yeah, for the gold and silver over the next few days, watch that dollar. All right, watch that dollar. Oh, VIX is holding that little pullback, guys. That itty bitty pullback. It's holding it. We have to trade. Well, we'd have to trade the tens to break it, but we're holding that. Well, it's getting a little pop right there. We'll see green VIX, red bank. It's going to be weak unless those guys can turn around. Okay. All right. Any questions, anybody? I know that was a lot, but any questions on where we are with anything going into the afternoon? All right, we just had a green close on the VIX and a red close on bank. So we'll see if that continues. Really getting slow right now, so be careful, guys. All right, anybody? Okay, so tomorrow we'll be on WAP. And then next week, an announcement will come out. Tyler, do you want to walk them through next week real quick?
Yeah, next week, if you're already a part of the Discord, I think you'll just see it in the Discord as an event. If you're not part of the Discord and would like to join the free tier, if you just reach out, I can DM you a link to join. But we'll be moving to Discord. It'll be as normal. Everything you'll see the same thing you're seeing now. You'll just see it on Discord as opposed to on YouTube. So 8:15 a.m. same schedule, everything like that. So.
And that's for stock moms and stock dads.
Correct. It'll go to each one. So if you're a part of stock moms, you can just watch in the stock moms with the girls. But if you're part of stock dads, you can watch it in there. Yep.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Tyler.
Thanks, Aaron.
Everybody.
Bye, everybody.
See you, buddy.